Sweet. Dang, Greg Capullo, you doing it like that, man? My bad, I'm just posting this one out. Enjoy the art scroll. All right. All right. All right, let's do this. All right. Cool. And boom, we are live. What's up, everybody? It's G Mr. Drew welcoming you to another episode of the Andrew Gloszewski Experience. This is going to be episode 500 something, 641, I believe, something like that. What are we doing? What's it called? Fold and press? Something like that. As you can see, I got a little bit of a video playing here just for pretty much the only, here, let me get this, pretty much the only reference that I have, or that I'm gonna want to use, really. I was last week thinking about how am I gonna jump into furthering the design of this vehicle and wondering how necessary it is and all this other stuff. And then I was like, alright, let's play with it. Let's see what I could do, because I already have ideas on how this vehicle would work for all the make-believe stuff that I'm making it do. You know what I mean? Soft magic. And yeah, man, I was like, yeah, I gotta get these fins to do something. So I'm just gonna let that video stay in my rotation. Let me see. Boom. And you know, I was setting up a whole lot of other things too. Like, you know, if you're following me on any of the socials, G Mr. Drew on all the socials, go ahead and check all that out. There we go. I finally got me a display tablet. So that way I could draw directly onto the screen, and that has been the one thing holding me back from doing any sort of holding me back from doing any sort of digital artwork these past few years. You know, like, I could do point and click, like Illustrator, graphic design sort of things that take a little bit less illustrative sort of things. I guess you can illustrate all those things on Illustrator, but, you know, working with vector art and all that. But I'm talking more so like the Photoshop type of things. So I'm just going to redraw this little one right there. And now with this newfound bit of like hardtop folds, I was like, oh, let's do that. Let's get the hardtop going. At the hardtop fold action. You know, the technology already exists. So yeah, let me draw that. Hey Pixel, what's happening? Yeah, I'm late. Doing a whole lot of ketchup, doing a whole lot of mustard, doing a whole lot of everything. And before I knew it, it was one. Oh my God, it's going on 2. I could have swore it was just 1 o'clock. So, and then I was like, I was gonna start streaming something else. Like, I was gonna do an art stream, but I was gonna work on a character. But I was like, I'm not done with the car. So I was like, all right, let me set this up so I can get ready for the car and work on the car a little bit more, you know. How you doing, Pixel? Better late than never, that's for sure. Okay, let me do this. Nice. So yeah, I'm kind of slowly getting everything working. Still can't get these cameras working right. I was actually, maybe I want to keep it up keep the camera back. I was wondering if the reason why the camera doesn't focus is because it's too close. And maybe like keeping it back. Will help it focus on things. See, it's focusing there, but the second I go like this, it's out of focus. What a pain. So yeah, I still can't get these cameras to do what I want them to do. I've already played with all the settings and everything like that. I don't know. Maybe maybe they just missed being used for all those months, and now they're you know what I'm saying. But anyways, you know, I ultimately decided that, at least for now, this vehicle doesn't even really need to have this concept art done. That's why I was kind of like ready to move on to a character. Alright, my bad. Had to see some. Yeah, so I decided that what I was doing wasn't really all that necessary for what I need right now, but I was like, I'm gonna do it anyways. I kind of like the momentum that I have working on this vehicle right now, so I don't want to lose it. If that makes any sort of sense. Hmm. Yeah. Yeah, I think it looks good too. But I've already written a few chapters into the story and where this vehicle is being used. And it was like, man, how much like concept do I want to do for the vehicle? You know, because I don't need it. So I was like, do I want to just move on to a character, kind of get back to doing some of the back to drawing again? It's like, but I was like, you know what? I like this idea too much to kind of like lose the momentum, let it go, and then when I do need it, not have it. You know what I'm saying? So what I'm gonna be doing tonight, just working on that a little bit. And I was thinking about like soft top convertibles, and I was actually like kind of a little mixed up because I was like, man, I don't know if a soft top convertible could actually like be the answer to the question that I have, or you know what I mean, for what I need the function of this vehicle to be having. And then I was like, oh yeah, don't they have hard top convertibles? Like, you know what I mean? Like I totally forgot about them. I don't hardly ever see them because I couldn't even tell you the last time I saw a hard top convertible convert. You know what I'm saying? Like you see soft tops all the time. You can imagine them converting, or you see them converted. But I've never just been like out and about and seen a hard top when I looked into it, because I was like, I'm pretty sure that's a thing. So I looked into it, did, you know what I mean, a little bit of research. I saw a video that said like the hard top convertible fad, meaning it like they're not doing it. like hardtop aren't hitting like that. And I was like, oh, like that's news to me. I didn't like look into it any further. So I just looked up some videos. I was like, let me like see what's going on with them. And I didn't see any sort of videos like really outlining any sort of like major problem. And then I came across, you can see that little video down there. And I'm kind of just using that to kind of, you know what I mean, turn this sci-fi soft magic, make-believe vehicle system into something a little bit more believable. You know what I mean? Think about cars when they were invented, and then think about how they were all hardtops, and then think about when somebody was like, oh, let's make a convertible. You don't think that they wanted to make those hardtops convertible, and they just didn't have the technology to? So it was like make-believe, until someone said, well, what if we give it like a canvas roof, or whatever those roofs are made out of, the soft tops. And then they went and did that. And then they made it possible. Now, the hardtop convertible was still a make-believe thing back when everything was a soft-top convertible. But they eventually got there. And now that I'm looking at it, I'm like, yo, that looks dope. Like that looks like what I want. Like over here, you know what I'm saying? So, yeah, that's still a fin out there, huh? Okay, so yeah, those are cutting in. Yeah, so all those bends and folds are still there. Something like that. Oh. Oh, snap. Okay. See this, so funny. The the rear view mirror is throwing me off for a second. I'm like, functionally, how would this go? But if I made it in steps 1, 2, 3, then all of a sudden this thing ain't in my way no more. It makes sense. And I'm glad I did the work that I did last week with as far as how like the door is going to be opening. You know what I mean? I probably still have to draw some more pictures like that. But yeah. Yeah, and it seems like most of the hardtop convertibles that I've seen, they have they're basically all three pieces. Like I haven't seen any that are like 5 pieces or anything like that. They seem to have managed to make it just a 3-piece layer, which is kind of what I was already on when I penciled these lines and broke it into 3. So that's fun. That's fun to know that I'm already there. Okay. 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3. Okay. Oh, so that takes everything. Yeah, see, this is where all the make-believe stuff happens. Because it looks like the way that it works is the way that all these things are set up. Looking at them from the side, they're kind of up, flat, down, and then it goes. Yeah, that's a lot right there. That's still the problem child area. See, I was already calling it out back then. So if I separate this, this, this is half. But let's call that 2/3, and we'll drop that. Ultimately, I'm trying to figure out the folds so that way I can redraw it from the side again, and then we can see it without, you know what I mean, the fins out and all that stuff. And if we're even, oh, I remember that. Mega Man throwing Hadoukens. There we go. So it's almost like a 3-1-2 as far as like scale goes, because everything has to fold into the body, and you want these 2 pieces out of the 3 to fold into the 1, so the 1 piece has to be like the largest piece. Okay. Yeah, that was the other thing I wanted to do. I mean, essentially these are just bends and folds. then okay. So yeah, then it would be 1, 2, and 3. Or wait. Yeah, I wonder. Another thing I'm thinking about is once these things are folded to the side, what's the best way to kind of like make them work out? So yeah, it won't go that way. It'll go from front to back. And this actually kind of makes sense. And we'll see why in a minute once I get to the wheels. Because once I get to the wheels, the front wheels are going to be easy. That back wheel I haven't even really thought about. But it's all good. So what am I talking about making it look good when it's so the car pretty much has one through line right here that's like the basic frame. Yeah, let's just draw everything in it. Man, I wonder if I wanted to do this digitally. That was another thing that I was thinking about doing, was I have that one character that I drew last April. The girl with the whatchamacallit, with the arm and the face, the prosthetic. So I had like 3 things I could have worked on. I had like one character that I haven't worked on yet outside of penciling them earlier in this sketchbook. I was like, alright, I'm just going to start rendering this character out. And then there was like, oh wait, but I still want to get to the digital stuff that I can do now. Now that I have that pen display. And then I was like, oh wait, but I also want to keep the momentum going with the car. So I was like, alright, you know what, let's work on the car. But getting things to be cool. So I just blocked all this out, right? Yeah, y'all can barely see it. But essentially, this fold oh my god, that actually works out. So yeah, this is going to come out to here in order to maintain its aerodynamicism. Kind of want things to fold out accordingly, right? And yeah, since it's folding into the body, yeah, this would be the main structure, that it's like that big piece that everything is going to be tucking into actually like adheres to that, you know what I mean, is bolted into the main body there. So yeah, especially for this big wing, like having this space here actually gives it something to anchor into. That's decent. But yeah, like I said, once I get to the wheels, you know, show off the underbelly of this, show off the guts. Something that I'm thinking about as far as like how it's gonna look, because it's gonna look ridiculous because it's a vehicle that doesn't exist and probably shouldn't. But that's why I needed these lines to fold out this way, so that way, actually, am I wrong about that? Do they need to fold in that way? Do they need to fold out that way? I don't know, we'll see. Well, something that I'm thinking about is Cloud's bike from Final Fantasy VII Advent Children. You know, that movie, the animated movie. There's this really cool scene, well, shot really, of when Cloud's going through the forest and he has two of the kids like chasing him, the little Sephiroth remnants, and chasing him through. I think it was during that bike scene chase. And by the time he gets to the forest, you know, with all the glowing trees and all that stuff, his bike does, and I should probably pull up that picture too. His bike does this thing where it pops out all the swords from the video game, where all the swords that you get is Cloud, like all those swords pop out, but the way that they pop out is he's still able to maintain driving because they're aerodynamic still as he's going forward. So that's kind of like how I'm thinking about this when it's folded out. Once it's folded up, it'll at least appear something like when Cloud's bike is opened up. Now this is when the car is closed. So when this car is closed, it's going to appear like that. But when it's not closed, when the car is opened up, obviously you got these like crazy fins on it. Anyway, what am I talking about? Yeah, let me see if I can look that up, just so I can see what that looks like. Make sure I'm not like misremembering something. FF7 Advent Children Cloud's bike. Hopefully that's enough. Oh, how about this? I was looking through some like collectible models, statues, whatever. And they got Sideshow Collectibles has a Roche statue, and they got the one where it's just Roche by himself, but then they got one that's Roche with his motorcycle. I was like, dude, why don't they just make the motorcycle on its own? Like, I don't need the Roche statue. Alright. So yeah. This is Cloud. Cloud on the bike in the Advent Children, but you see how the front fenders, or whatever these are, these little fenders that cover the arms to the front wheel, they kind of pop out, and they still stay stuck onto the wheel, to the frame of the wheel. But then all the swords that he collected through the video game, maybe not all of them, you know, maybe he only has like, what, 6 in there, and then the one on his back, 7 swords. I mean, okay, I see what they're doing. But yeah, let me see. They have the shot from the movie. No? Okay. So yeah, so he's driving, and while he's driving in the middle of a fight, shrink, like those things open up, all the swords are there, and then he just starts, I don't even really remember it. I just remember all the action scenes in that movie were great. But similar to that, similar to what's happening here, this folds out, has like layers of things in it, just like that hardtop video that I have playing right there. Folds out, it has like, you know what I mean, 2 layers of the hardtop in there. Same thing. You know, so all this soft magic already exists. Let's do this. Alright. Alright. And then this joint. And this is what I was talking about with the this thing getting in the way, and the order in which these things need to actually be activated. With the door opening from the back, so the door would open this way, so the open end is aiming towards the front, you know, very not aerodynamic. But the door can open, the front fins can fold in, the door can close, and then the other side fenders can close in after that. So it's really like door, front, door closes, and now the other 2 fenders can close behind the door. It's stupid. So, yeah, how would that work? Yeah, I'm gonna have to look at it from the side also. You know what I mean? Because from the top right now, it's gonna look alright. Okay. And the same thing here. These 2. And then yeah, just this piece of the trunk that opens up with the trunk right here is what this fin is. That could just be a single piece that folds downwards. Alright, so now that I got that, so that part would actually flatten out a ton directly with, and then that fender, or that spoiler, will come all the way out. So yeah, that's essentially it right there. Now from the top it's looking alright. But I think from the side it's gonna get funky. But again, gotta figure out a way to manipulate these things, get the shapes that we want, and then just figure out how the arms, you know what I mean, all the what are those things called? They're not called arms. Whatever those things are. So yeah, we can go ahead. Where's my... There you are. So yeah, as far as the fold goes, what's happening there. Ooh, I never drew this thing from the front, have I? So that's 1, 2, 3. Oh, and that bend is on 4. Okay. So 1, yeah, and then that would end right there. Alright. And then, yeah, that back trunk would then oh, I missed it. There we go. Thank you. Yeah, you know, I'd try. So yeah, thinking about what these things look like from the side, it's like I'm gonna want to make it like as aerodynamic as possible, but these angles are already starting to get crazy. So how does that fold? Yeah, the middle becomes the bottom. Okay. Alright. And all of them still face outwards. Okay. That's so crazy. That's so crazy. I mean, once hardtop convertibles got invented, I don't know why every vehicle didn't implement it. You know what I mean? Or at least every model come out with a hardtop convertible like option. You know, once the technology exists, it's like air conditioning at that point. You know, is it a nice day? Yeah, thank you. Just so we have that. I mean, part of this whole concept art journey for everything that I'm doing right now, I guess, was a part of like learning how to do prop, vehicle, and environment design a lot better, you know? So I'm sure the like people that do this on the regular could at least come up with something a lot better, a lot faster. But, you know. Just gonna... Let's see. Let's see if I can get this. Okay. Let's get this thing. I guess so. I don't know any concept artists. You know what I mean? Like, I literally know zero concept artists. But you know, I've seen I watched like one episode of that one TV show with is it one of those car shows that's on cable. I forget what it's called, but it's ran by that one dude. I don't know his first name. I think it's like Jeff, but his last name is Foose. Jeff Foose. That might be his name. I don't know. Either way, his last name is Foose, and he's like a really popular car illustrator. He probably did like concept art designs and all that other stuff. Like he probably like, you know what I mean, did a lot of like car customs and all that other stuff. He owned his own garage and all that you know what I mean, like he did that whole thing. Like I don't know any concepts artists, but I'm sure he could see like what I'm doing and like pick it apart, like Gordon Ramsay or something. But it's like I've been on what's that thing called? That's how that would go. Because if the tire, like obviously the tire is not going to be too into the ground. Sports car and everything, it's going to be pretty, but you don't want the fender to naturally dip below. But yeah, if I ever spoke about people trying to like stop me from doing what I'm doing, it's people that have nothing to do with what could be confused as my competitors. You know what I mean? As far as I'm concerned, I don't have any concept designers, you know, wishing ill on anything that I'm doing. I don't have any animators wishing ill on anything I'm doing. I don't have any like illustrators or graphic designers. Like if I do, you know what I'm saying? Alright, so yeah, this is 1, 2, 3. So this is tucked all the way to the back. So this middle row would be back here, would be this thing. Middle row, outside row, inside row. And can't forget that rear view mirror. Who knew that the rear view mirror was going to be the thing that really, that really was gonna be like, how you doing this again? How'd you think this thing worked? Yeah, as far as I'm concerned, anybody who doesn't want me doing what I'm doing is just locals. You know what I mean? Like people that found out that this is what I'm doing, and now they wanted it to be like, oh, you know what I mean? Let's go ruin the life of the content creator. Who does he think he is? Alright, so yeah, if that's gonna be there, and I mean ideally, these are some pretty big fins. Like these fins are the size of the car itself, but they have to be tucked under. So yeah, that outer fin has to be smaller than the side of the vehicle. That outer fin has to be smaller than, you know, the height of the bottom of the mirror here to the bottom of the frame. And if I wanted to be aerodynamic, or at least wanted to be somewhat aesthetically pleasing, it's gonna go like that. And then same thing with this. You know, we got not the mirrors, but the windows here. And the door is cutting down. Actually, why even make all that noise? Why not just make it look nice? Because it's tucked underneath, so you ain't gonna see it. You know, referencing the video there, the piece on the bottom is completely covered. Then the piece on top you know what I mean, covers it, and then the third piece that's all the way on top, that's the outside shell, completely covers both of them. So yeah, this would the only side that you would see would be the outside shell. What's that looking like? Oh, damn. That's looking sexy. Hold on. It would look like that, I think. And then yeah. Same thing. So the only thing that's a bit of a mishap is, as far as this design goes, is that the fender will actually be blocking the door from being able to open. I don't care about that. What shape is that? okay. That's how it would be shaped. Okay. There we go. Look at me tripping. You know, it's funny, I was watching a streamer earlier today, and she was talking about how she has no idea who any of her neighbors are or anything like that. And I was just like, I wish I had that. Like to have, like, because she was, you know, in the middle of doing her stream, playing video games, making noise, dialogue or monologuing, whatever, and you know what I mean, saying things. And you know how people are when they, like, if someone's playing like a one of the army games, you know, they'll say things so out of context, what they're saying could be taken, you know, like way the wrong way. So, you know, that's all she was commenting on, was just talking about, like, oh, like, she's like, oh, if my neighbor just heard me say that out of context, I guess it could be taken the wrong way. Like, that's not the problem that I have. I have, like, the opposite problem. Just, you know, somehow one of them learned about what I'm doing over here. And then it spread like wildfire to the point that the entire, I mean, at this point, the whole city knows what I do. And none of them care for it. Oh wait, yeah, this one's gonna have a break in it too. So once that folds in, yeah. Yeah, I doubt that that's actually gonna have any effect. So yeah, a lot of the people that were just neighbors, or just people that you see every day, became like, you know, people that you would just be like, wave and say hi to. They all just became whatever you call people that are like watching you but pretending like they're not watching you, or you know, aware of what you're doing but pretending like they're not aware of what you're doing. You know, which lines up with everything that I've been talking about since I started streaming again. The last couple of streams where I was like, you know, going back, the reason why I stopped doing finished work online, or, you know what I mean, publicizing finished work, or anything like that, like, that has something to do with it. Where it's just, you know what I mean, dealing with people like that. So on top of people like the locals discovering what I do here, like new people moved in. So people that have no context of me and who I am, people who I haven't even had the chance to meet yet, or to be that neighbor that just says hello to them anytime we see each other. Like, they already have it in their mind of who they think I am just because I'm here doing this. You know what I'm saying? And then it's followed with the opinion, the low opinion that the locals have of what I'm doing. So you know what I mean? Like, so when I'm talking about, like, if a concept artist were ever to come across this and like see what I'm doing and be like, oh my god, he's so green, like, that's not like really the type of, like, that's something I could joke about. You know what I mean? Because it's like I admittedly don't have any idea of what I'm doing when it comes to like vehicle design, and like I'm sure there's like plenty that goes into it. There's aerodynamics just being one of the basic parts of it, but then there's going to be like all the other things. I'm not so concerned about them. Like, if it's their profession, they're entitled to their opinion. You know what I mean? My issue is more like people have nothing to do with concept design, nothing to do with vehicle design, nothing to do with anything. Like, I don't even know what they do. You know what I'm saying? And half of them, like I said, I never even got to meet. You know, it's whatever. So yeah, that'll be like that. That's a flat piece, and then yeah, this one will be like this. Tight. So you see what I mean? Like these panels here, the door would tuck in, but it wouldn't be able to open. You'd have to like climb out the window like a race car driver. Thank God this is a more one of those expensive fast vehicles, sports car. You know what I mean? Sports vehicles. So it at least makes a little bit of sense. Also makes sense why something like this doesn't exist. And then yeah, like I said, that last piece, this little fin will just be a one piece that folds down. How does that look anyways? Okay, so it would have to, yeah, it would have to just be like that and actually go all the way up to the frame. Yeah, so it's even weirder. You know what I mean? I've had a lot of things like thrown my way as far as like copyright goes, and as far as like, you know what I mean? Like I said, these people have nothing to do with anything that I'm doing. Have gone out of their way to try to find any and every excuse to like stop me from doing what I'm doing, which is ridiculous, right? And you know, so throwing like copyright in my face, you know, trying to make suggestions to other streamers about that aren't competitors in the least, you know what I mean? But trying to make that competitive argument so that way a copyright issue could be issued, things like that. When I'm not on stream and I'm just around living my life, like, then they go in the opposite direction, making arguments of who I am when I'm not doing this. It's pretty incredible. Things that I thought would have never mattered, because when I started this stuff years ago, I was just like, I've always been an artist, right? Like, I've been drawing, like, as the story goes, like, I've been drawing since elementary school, in second grade, when I learned I could draw. Like, when I learned, like, that was the thing that I could do. If anybody wants to go all the way back to my elementary school peers, I'm sure they'll all vouch for that. Yeah, Andrew has always been drawing since forever and ever. He's done a million other things, but he's always been drawing. Yeah, so it's funny that I have issues like that, but I don't have issues like of actual competitors that I would be competing with, talking trash. It's not like rappers battle rapping, you know what I mean? It's not like that at all. It's more like reporters making smear campaigns and creating dossiers. Before I have a chance to show people, oh, I'm just a normal guy. I just happen to be drawing pictures live. How dare I draw pictures live? But I mean, with that said, because I do so much, like I said, a lot of efforts have been made to try to pigeonhole me to something, because I do so much, and this is like a business that I'm doing here. But I maintain the argument. No one's done what I'm doing. I haven't shared what I'm doing. So what I'm doing really doesn't have any sort of measure or marker or anything that anyone can computate to be you know what I mean, saying that whether what I'm doing is good or bad. The only marker that could be made in any sort of argument like that is just looking at my business, looking at the money that it generates or anything like that. You know what I mean? Like looking at the business end, the ins and outs of the financials and all that stuff. Like they could look at that stuff and then be like, oh, see, he's unsuccessful, so it's no good. So he needs to stop. So we need to get a professional's opinion. And, force feed that opinion to him. So that way he'll just stop doing what he's doing and do something that generates more money. I've been running into that for years now. It's crazy to think that it's been years. Oh, that's so cool. That's so cool. It goes over that part. I've only ever tried to talk about with one person ever about what it is that I'm actually doing. And the second that NDA came up, when I was like, hey, like, you know what I mean? If you're going to be a part of this, here's an NDA. And they didn't sign it. They didn't agree to it. They kind of wanted nothing to do with it the second that the word NDA came up. Before NDA came up, they were all about it. It's funny, right? So I gave one person an opportunity and they never took it. And I haven't given anybody an opportunity since. Because it's my business. So yeah, there's a factor of steadfast that you know what I mean? That can be applied to my work. But really, I'm trying to just get past all that. I'm just trying to get to publishing this first comic book for everybody. I said it on the last stream or in the last couple streams. I'm just gonna give that one away. So once I get that first one out there, I don't want to hear nothing. Even if people don't like it, I don't want to hear it. It's like, I don't like every comic book that's out there either. I like comic books though. Yeah, it's not bad. It's nice to kind of see it. Kind of see what this thing will look like from the side once everything's folded in and tucked to the side. I should probably draw it. You know what I mean? It's probably what I should do. But as far as the public goes, as far as pretty much anyone who isn't me goes, like I've made I've I've set everything up to be as accessible as possible for anyone and everyone. You know what I'm saying? Oh, you know what? I could divide this into thirds. You know, the content that I draw comes up. Uh, I have on my website, gmrdrew.art. Check it out. Oh no, it's over there. That thing on the bottom of the screen over there. My website. I have all the sketchbooks that I've ever had. I even have loose leaf papers before I ever had my first sketchbook, which I didn't get until high school. So I have even loose leaves that I drew from elementary school and middle school. So I have all my artwork that goes back all the way on my website if you go to the sketchbook section. And like all that's available, like it's publicly available. I'm the one who put it out there. And then I've had to deal with people like having a problem with that. You know what I mean? Being like, oh, look at what he used to draw. You know, 30, 25, 20 years ago. It's like, it's wild. It's wild to sit there and think, you know, that people could say anything to anybody that's ever been doing anything for that long. Of course, there's naturally going to be, like differences. So if I want this thing to be like this, so if I'm drawing that like that, and this thing, how is that going? So that goes like that, and then the wing comes out, so the wing will go out like that. And yeah, my old sketchbooks are even like a point of contention with people, which is odd because it's like, why do they even care? You know? Who am I to them for them to be like, picture that I drew. First of all, any picture that anyone has ever drawn doesn't matter. You know what I mean? You either like it or you don't. So if it matters, it becomes an argument of like, well, why does it matter? Especially something that was like drawn, some of the things, like I said, 30, 25, 20, 15, 10 years ago. You know what I mean? Like something that was drawn that long ago. And science likes to tell us that our cells change every 7 years. I'm 36 years old. That means they would have changed, 5 times over. And since some of those drawings have been made, they probably, you know what I mean, they've changed, 4 times over, 3 times over, 2 times over, 1 times over. You know, it's just like, it's really crazy. It's really crazy to me that people just look for their own. Something that I said recently, but I'm not the first person to say it. You know, people that don't have a problem go looking to make up a problem. And unfortunately, I've been like, just because I do this, I didn't even want to talk about it, but you know what I'm saying? Like, you brought it up, and it's a good thing to talk about. Like, you know what I mean? A lot of people don't want to be out here publicly like how I'm doing it just because of those sort of interactions. You know what I mean? Again, something I was well aware of when I started doing all this stuff. So even though I knew it would be an issue, I was always like, no one's ever really gonna care. You know what I mean? Like, no one's ever really, you know what I mean? Like there's so much content out there. If you got a problem with content over here, then go to the content that's over there. You know what I mean? Oh yeah, that's that big fin. Hold on, where'd I go? So it's about halfway. Dang! Yo, check this out. Now watch this drive. That's a crazy spoiler right there. Okay, so if this would normally be right here, so yeah, that would probably, how big is that? What? Yeah, that's about right. So yeah, for the last couple of years, some years now, I don't even know anymore. And it probably started even before I became aware of it, you know, to be honest with you. Like everything that I do is under a microscope. Like all the posts on my social media, my Instagram, like everything like that. Like everything that I do is under a microscope. It's really crazy. You know, part of me was always like appreciative of it because I was like, yeah, that, you know, anybody's gonna look up anything, and if they like it, they like it. If they don't, they're gonna walk away. Except they don't walk away. They just don't like it, and then they like stick to it. And it's like, why do you stick to something you don't like? You know what I mean? You can't like, ooh, that'll actually be dope. You can't reason with like anything as unreasonable as that. So I mean, that would kind of be like the steadfast, you know what I mean? Keep going, like the passion's there for sure, but passion isn't what drives it anymore at this point. Like, you know what I mean? When I was an artist growing up, like, sure, passion was driving it then. But somewhere from becoming, becoming a graphic designer, and then when I started being a graphic designer to, years later when after doing like conventions and all that other stuff, decided I needed to write a story. So somewhere from becoming a graphic designer to writing a story, which would have all been in my 20s, you know what I mean? I'm in my 30s now, so we're talking a decade ago, somewhere in between there. Like, I'm not gonna say the passion died, like that's not the way to word it, but it became less about passion. And whatever year, you know what I mean, I started my business, like you know what I mean, because you got to do the taxes and go through and do all that stuff, like, you know what I mean. Then I started doing that. Like, it's less passion. Not to say that there isn't passion, but there is like less passion, and it's more. I don't know the word, but like necessary. It's more like responsibility. You know what I mean? Like, I feel a responsibility towards this. Like, everything was always there. Especially if you go back and watch, like, go to the YouTube page and go to the, I have an AGEX. You're watching AGEX right now, the Andrew Glaszewski experience, right? I have an AGEX playlist on my YouTube channel that you can go back and start watching from the very beginning. Except I forget what episode that the AGEX playlist starts at, but it doesn't start at 1. In order to go back to even earlier episodes, you would have to go back to I think it's called the I'm Back playlist. And the I'm Back playlist started literally because Hideo Kojima was on the Game Awards, one of the Game Awards shows, and he walked out, and it was after all of his Konami problems and things like that, and he walked down the stage, and the stage was like lighting up as he was walking down it, and everyone was cheering for him and da 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 da. And then the first thing that he said was, "I'm back." And if you know anything about what I've been through back in 2013, my computer crashing and all that other stuff, when I saw Kojima do that, I had already been in that moment of, like I said, graphic design to writing a story. Like, I was somewhere in there. Whatever year that was that Kojima did that, however many years into graphic design that I was, however old I was, like all that was like right around there. That's when I made that decision. Like, man, I'm back too. You know what I'm saying? Like I'm back. Like I had done everything that I set out, more or less, done everything that I set out to do since 2013 at that point, of like, the computer crashing, me having responsibilities to do things, and to get to a point of getting back into doing art, and getting back to the conventions, and getting back to, maybe I had stopped doing conventions at that point. I don't know. But either way, like maybe I had started writing at that point. Who knows? But like, where's that other fender at? It's all the way down here. And how far out does it go? It's like even half so of that. Oh, right. And then this. Yeah, I'm talking, I'm not paying attention. It's all good. And that goes up to the actual fender. Wow, so I mean, it's right up there with with, with the headlight, but it makes sense, or with the rear view mirror. It makes sense that the rear view mirror would be higher. That way it could see beyond the fender. Tight. So yeah, that would have been around that moment. I mean, I used to have a DeviantArt page way back in the day, and if you look at that page, like you can see a whole bunch of old artwork that I lost. I don't have those files anymore, and I lost a whole bunch of other files as well. Um, Back when that computer crashed, and another computer crash that just recently happened months ago, that I lost 2 weeks worth of work and all that other stuff. So, uh, um, the last post that I made on my DeviantArt was that Kojima moment. I like screenshotted it and then just wrote it. I'm back. Not I didn't go back to DeviantArt because the DeviantArt culture had changed since the last time I'd been there, whatever year that was. And I decided, like, yeah, I'm gonna do it like better. You know what I mean? I'm gonna treat this a little bit more seriously. Made my own website, gmrdrew.art. Like, it's not the greatest website, but I designed it. It's pretty straightforward. I used to have a graphic design page, and then my former employers who, you know what I mean, said that I could have a portfolio, and we had just a verbal agreement, and really I didn't think it was all that big of a deal. All of a sudden, reneged on that verbal agreement that I can have a portfolio. And, you know what I mean, sent their lawyers after me. So now I have a graphic design page on my website that has little to no graphic design on it. And I mean, legally, if they did want to take it to court, like they wouldn't have won that case because, you know what I mean, there was no me stealing anything that I hadn't, you know what I mean, that wasn't mine. But just because it was a verbal agreement and not a written one, I didn't want, you know what I mean, I didn't want to deal with any of that and all that. You know what I mean? Some of these bosses out here, they could be whatever, but it's like I have a 10-year graphic design career that I can't even put on display. And the only way that I could do it is if I like live stream my experience. You know what I mean? And that's something that I'm going to be getting to. I just haven't gotten to it yet. You know, after the I'm back moment, whether I had started writing or not at that point, I took 5 years off to write sometime, you know what I mean, during or after that, in my late 20s. Let's just say I went from 25 years old to 30 years old and wrote a story. Maybe it was 26 to 31. I don't, you know what I'm saying? I don't know. But you know what I mean? Wrote the story, made the website, you know what I mean? Filed for the business. Like, did everything. Started the stream. Go back to the I'm Back playlist. You can go to episode 1 of the Andrew Bloshevsky Experience. You can see what it was when I started. However many years ago it was at this point. Maybe it's only like 4 years or something. Maybe 5. I don't know anymore. Either way. You know what I mean? It's on YouTube. It's not like it's a mystery. But yeah, it really what I was hoping to be able to do was to do like freelance graphic design while I did some live streaming and go that route. But once they took my portfolio from me, and you know, I used to do vehicle wraps. That's not a small task, you know what I mean? Like that's not anything to like sneeze at. That's not anything to be like you know what I mean? Like anything that any graphic designer could do. I used to produce the physical material. We had somebody else who wrapped the vehicles. So I didn't actually wrap the vehicles myself. I worked with the engineer that did that. Or the engineers that did that. And I did that work for under that company for plenty of companies. You know. But I did dye sublimation, which is like athletic apparel, like anything that's like a little bit polyester based clothing that you can get those really cool all over prints, like Pixel, if you're still there, you saw that pink hoodie that I wore during my workout. You know what I mean? That you really liked. Like that's a dye sublimated hoodie. That hoodie was able to achieve that all over print because it's dye sublimated. So I used to even do that stuff. You know what I mean? And I found a producing company that makes those things, and that's where I started the merch stores, things like that. You know what I mean? You see how everything is connected and all of it comes together and all of it is like, huh, it actually kind of makes sense. Oh my god. Like, you know what I'm saying? It's you know, once I got got my portfolio taken from me, there was no more being able to freelance graphic design. You know what I mean? Like these people just didn't want me to be successful just because they, you know, I mean, I don't shy away from tooting my own horn. I don't mind doing it on some occasions, this being one of them. You know what I mean? Like, just because I sought an amicable break from them to go ahead and do my own thing. Like, just some people are vindictive, and that's what I run into. And then I started doing the live stream. And now I got to deal with the problems and the people that I got to deal with now. It's really something else. Oh yeah, it goes up and down. There we go. So you see, it's not even like competitors that I have the issue with. Or that have an issue with me, honestly. It's people not worth mentioning, you know? you know, I do the workout thing, right? And what ultimately ended up happening with the whole workout thing is, you know, same thing that happens with everything. Like I said, like local people found out what I was doing. Not that I was doing anything like crazy. Doing the same thing that any other streamer's doing, you know what I mean? Doing it the same thing that any other workout video maker is doing. Any other trainer, perhaps, you know what I'm saying? And I was just doing it for free because, like, the art is a passion, yada yada, all that stuff. But like I said, since I like turned it into this like propriety entity, then it's like, you know what I mean? I think the fitness that I had been doing and pursuing on a personal level kind of took over the passion part. So then the fitness started to become the passion. Not saying that fitness eclipsed the artwork in any way. It's nowhere near it, you know what I'm saying? But it's like, the way that I see the fitness thing is like, it's just there to help me live longer, and the living longer is going to give me more time with the art. And I was like, oh, it makes sense. That's what I'm going to do. And then when I was in my 20s, like I was always, like I had been working out and doing all the training, the stuff that I do in the videos every week. Like, I liked what I was doing, so I was like, well, if I like it, like, maybe other people will like it. So it became the passion thing that I did, and then started like live streaming on Instagram for free, just doing it, you know what I mean? And then, like I said, like weirdos and creepy people start getting weird on me and creeping on me. So then it was like, like, it's not worth doing it for free anymore. It's like, I'm either going to put it out there or I'm not, but I'm doing it regardless. And I know why I started sharing the workout stuff. So I was like, I'm just going to keep doing it. So I just found a different avenue to do it in. Oh, that actually looks dope. I like that. You see that? Yeah, I really like the spoiler like that. I mean, it's really going straight up and down. Maybe I want to just do it like that. So all I did was I stopped doing it on IG, but just like you could find those old AGEX episodes on the YouTube, you can find my old workout videos for free, hundreds of them on my Instagram reels. You're just gonna have to scroll back a couple of years, you know what I'm saying? I don't think it's all that crazy to sit there and be like, hey, if I could help somebody else make the decision to be a little bit healthier, then it's all good. But yeah, some people. Yeah, this is good. Oh yeah, didn't I put one of those things on there? Something like that. It's probably a little bit too big of a window wiper. Oh well. Alright, let's draw the other thing. Oh, what happened? Oh, did my XSplit shut down? Hold on. You see what I mean about weirdness? Like the XSplit shutting down when I'm talking about these things. Let me see what's going on. Huh. Why doesn't that want to show? Let me see something. Let me see if something changed. Give me 1 second. Looks like the XSplit went down. Let me see. Yeah, still not. Yo. What a bummer. Yeah, the XSplit completely went down. That's a bummer. I was gonna show y'all something too. I was gonna show y'all something like at the end of the stream or something. Oh, I wonder if I could do that. Yeah, let me try something. I just want to see if I can fix this, like, while staying live. Let's see. Tight. Now what? See if I can get this going. Tight. Now, let's see. Ta-da! Okay. Hey, look at me. Look at me being a streamer. Look at me being my own engineer over here. Look at the sole proprietorship. Sole proprietorshipping. Anyways. Sorry. Sorry about that. So yeah, if this were the front again, this would be like the spoiler, this would be the top. So yeah, talking about some heavy stuff, huh? It is what it is. Yeah, okay. I'll let that ride. Yeah, so it's really funny that ever since like Kojima came back in that I'm back moment, and you know what I'm saying, like that being one of the founding moments that I was just like, you know what, I'm back too. And then I you know, decided to come back, and that's why I kind of say like this Andrew Glouszewski experience thing I do is bringing the convention experience to you. You know, I guess as artists, when we're putting ourselves on display like that, there's always going to be a little bit of a, you know what I mean, a little bit of a performance going on, you know what I mean, more or less. Okay. But for the most part, I mean, when you meet an artist at a convention, like if you ever been to a anime con, comic book con, you know what I mean, any sort of anything like that, you ever went to an artist alley and you know what I mean, met an artist, for the most part, you're just meeting that person. That's all. It's part of the reason why I call this the Andrew Glowshitsky experience. I mean, yeah, there's the Joe Rogan experience, obviously, and then he named that after the Jimi Hendrix experience, obviously. But it was kind of like my whole thing was to just be out here and put my art out there and put myself out there. Even before the I'm Back playlist on my YouTube channel, there's another playlist. I don't even know what it's called anymore. I think it's called the Pre-Crash playlist. And you can find like the old Wild videos. And when I say wild, I just mean like really poorly lit, really bad camera angle, really poor audio, you know what I mean? Like 10 times worse than what I got now. And what I got now is still something that, you know, can be laughed at. But yeah, it was yo, how crazy would that be if I made this thing a convertible, except the roof converts into the front while maintaining that windshield? That'd be pretty dope. That would make the door being covered by the side paneling a little less you know, whatever. I don't think that that's doable. Oh my god. But if I could do it. There's no way I could do that. There's no way I could do that. Have this whole car just fold in on itself? That's crazy. Hold on. I mean, my bad. So yeah, this is it with the wings out. This is it with the when it's in like driver mode, I suppose. I forgot what I was talking about with the whole Kojima thing. But yeah, that was the whole point of saying I'm back, is like, hey, I'm back to finally getting my art out there again. I would have been doing it the entire time throughout my entire, graphic design and everything like that. And but the computer crashing and me just being flat broke, didn't allow for that to happen. So I always knew I was gonna come back. I just didn't know when. You know what I mean? Because financially, I had so many things that I needed to do, so many financial responsibilities, and pretty much had taken care of them by the time Kojima came back. And even if I hadn't at that point, like I said, that would have been right around the point that I was like, I gotta write something. I talk about it all the time, so I won't talk about it too much right now, but essentially all my artwork that I'd ever done up until that point just never served anything. Like, it might have been a commission, it might have went to a person, it might have went here, it might have went there. A lot of that stuff I just never took pictures of, and so I just don't have it, you know what I mean, to be able to put on my website or anything like that. But a lot of it, you know what I mean, like a lot of the artwork, just good or bad, paid or not, it didn't serve anything. So that's when I was like, I need to write something. I got an animation degree, so I'm into animation. As much as I talk about illustration, concept art, and graphic design and all that other stuff, my real thing is animation, and I never talk about it because I'm not there yet. But as an animator, we tell stories. I just always thought that I didn't mind working on other people's stories because I'm not a writer. You know what I mean? But when I never got the opportunity to ever animate for anybody ever, then it became about having to animate for myself. So in order to do that, I needed to write something. I needed to write anything. That's when I set out. You can go on my website, you can look at the animation page. You can see my little demo reel, little videos I made. You know what I mean? Like little things here. Ooh. Yeah, I got a Boba Fett 3D spray can Boba Fett video on there. I found my old Boba Fett things. They were in a box because I've been trying to clean up and go through things. I found my old Boba Fett cans. Check this out. This will make you want to go check out the YouTube video or YouTube page. Go check out the really, really old stuff. Hold on. Man, I was wondering what happened to these things for the longest time. But yeah, I used to have these old this is like a scent spray. You know what I mean? I think it's one of those refill cans that you throw in one of those things that you put on the wall and it automatically sprays, whatever those things were called. I used to have one of those. But yeah, I saw these little spray cans and I was like, yo, these spray cans are pretty cool. And because I was going to conventions and stuff, I was like, because I ended up with so many, because you know what I mean, I would change out the smell good thing all the time, and then I would have this empty can, and I was just like, I could probably do something. Like, you know what I mean? Like, that's what we do as artists, and, people selling things, going to conventions, like repurposing all sorts of stuff. So I would like take these cans, and then I figured out, I was like, yo, let me just start like putting like characters on cans, and you know what I mean? So that way I could sell something at a convention that isn't just a print. I was selling prints too. I was selling commissions. You know what I mean? I was doing live art, and I was doing all that stuff. Like, I was doing everything. And but yeah, so I got a little video up of what I was imagining this thing would look like. And the funny part is, I thought it was gonna like print the whole thing around, but I guess because I don't even know. I didn't account for maybe the bleed or something like that. It just fell short by, like, you could see an eighth of an inch on both sides, and had I just like extended that a little bit, like way back then, this thing probably would have been like a perfect wrap. But these were the first ones that I made. I made a few of them, like maybe 10 of them or something like that. I don't even know. And I just kind of like, I sold some, I gave some away. Like, anytime you do like an art trade at a convention or anything like that, I probably gave this to some people. You know what I mean? Everyone loves Boba Fett, right? So yeah, I only got like 3 left. So I got 3 of these, and I found them recently because I'm like cleaning up. But yeah, you can find a video of like a 3D model of an animated video of it just like spinning around. This is probably before I had even Facebook. You know what I mean? Who knows? Like, I don't even know. We're talking about so long ago at this point. Yeah, maybe I just leave that right here for now. I don't know, I'll probably go put that back. But yeah, so I was coming back from all of that, and I was like doing conventions and all those sort of things, and like nothing ever really just panned out. You know what I mean? Like, working for people, and like I said, I was gonna work a job, do graphic design freelance on the side, and I was going to do the live streaming. And the live streaming was going to be something that I was really not going to do all that much, like how I'm going ham with it now. That's only a side effect of having lost my graphic design portfolio to be able to do, graphic design work or freelance work. Like, since I can't do that now, well, I can, but I can't because I can't get the work. I can't get the work because I don't have any work to show. So it's like, when I say I did offset printing, I did screen printing, you know what I mean? I did all of the spot color process. I know all of the CMYK color separation process that you don't even have to do anymore, because printing has graduated to the point that screen printing has graduated to the point that you could just print, you know what I mean, a file like you're printing on paper. You could just print it on a t-shirt now, and that's become more common ever since the days that I used to do it. Like, I know all the old tricks, you know what I mean? Heat press, doing all that stuff, and then finally, like getting to the dye sublimation stuff. Did that thing for several years, you know what I mean? Had nothing to show for it from them, and then you know what I mean? Worked on so many uniforms, you know what I mean, for years and years, and you know what I mean? Like, there's skill involved in having to do that, you know what I mean, to be able to do that, and to be able to do it like how I did it, you know what I'm saying? Like how technically placed everything has to be on a uniform, especially if we're talking about, like, let's say a women's volleyball uniform. You know, there's really not all that much like fabric to be printing things on, but you still need to make all the logos, not just the team logo or the team number, but also like sponsors and sponsorships and all that, you know what I mean? Like, there's a lot of logos, and a lot of, if you're playing in a tournament, there's a tournament logo. If you're You know what I mean? If you're, you know what I mean? There's just, you gotta put a ton of logos on things. You know what I mean? And then if you're representing a country, you gotta put a flag on it. So, you know, there's a lot that goes into being able to do all that stuff. I did it. You know what I mean? So I did all that stuff, and then I started doing vehicle wraps, and then I just applied all those same things that I learned doing that stuff, doing vehicle wraps. Again, I don't have that portfolio. I mean, I do, but I can't like publicize it at all. Unless I want to, like, you know what I mean? Like, fight for it. But at that point, I was just like, you know what? I'm just going to make my own. But because the animator in me had already like written the story, and the animator in me was like, I'm back, and I'm back with this story, and now I'm back with art with a purpose, and now I'm back with you know what I mean, everything. You know what I'm saying? Like the graphic, me making my own graphic design portfolio out of a box of scraps, which is what I will be doing, is going to be something for tomorrow. You know what I mean? For right now, it's all this, and it really sucks that I'm not doing the graphic design thing, or at least, you know what I mean, like, I could be benefiting from it. Me streaming online, all these other streamers, all of them doing their own business thing, me knowing branding, me knowing how to create logos, me knowing how to create, essentially how to create a business for people. Like, as successful or unsuccessful as my business may be to some people, like, I love my brand. You know what I mean? Because I'm just out here selling myself. You know what I'm saying? Like, my art is me. I am my art. Like this vehicle, this make-believe vehicle that I'm working on right now is my work. Like, I love my art. Like, you don't gotta talk to me about what I do. You know what I'm saying? You don't like it, go that way. But yeah, it's like, you know, I see there being a benefit in the future when I finally do get around to doing graphic design on here, which I will, because I wrote a story with characters that represent companies, represent countries, represent all this make-believe stuff that I made up. Like, all of that is going to have to be like reflected in the art. So when it comes to making, you know, working on these characters, you better believe there's going to be like, graphic design is definitely going to be a part of it. I mean, look at it this way. Man, do I want to, like, pick from something that I love or what? All right. Let's pick from something I love. Give me a second. Okay. Perfect thing to talk about. I mean, perfect, not perfect. We'll see. But, you know, I'm just grabbing a random book. Like I said, I was gonna talk about another thing, but I was like, you know what? Let me get a visual representation for it. Maybe I should go grab that one. Maybe I don't grab the Kill la Kill book. Maybe I actually go grab the one that I wanted to talk about. But I went for this one instead, just because I was like, maybe there is something in there to like put an argument against what I'm talking about, but there isn't. Just like the other book would have had. It wouldn't have had the point that I'm going to be making. But talking about this make-believe world that I made, that I haven't spoken about too much, that's still in its infancy, you know, everything like this vehicle and stuff, all the characters, and the character that's going to be driving this that I've already drawn on stream and all that other stuff, right? Everything that it's all leading to the comic book, to the animation and all that other. Kill la Kill. We all know it. Hopefully we all love it. I love it. You know what I mean? It's one of the better ones in my eyes. I heard somebody making an argument that they didn't like it. I was like, how dare you? Anyway, Kill la Kill is great, right? We all love it. Let's talk branding for a second. Now, I don't know. I'm not aware of these books. You know what I mean? I can't even really recall the creators of the show. You know, or the animation team or anything like that. Presented by Cemetery Hills High School. Cemetery Hills High School is maybe the high school that the characters were going to. Book design, editor, either way. Now, if we're going to talk branding, let's talk about the TV show itself. The TV show has a brand because the TV show exists in our world, right? You know, the show exists. You can go on Crunchyroll, turn it on, you can watch it, right? Maybe it's on Netflix, maybe it's, I don't know where it is, but maybe you bought it. You know what I mean? It's out there. It exists. The TV show itself has branding because it's under a company that exists. Things like that. The character designers, the animators, if it came from a manga, the manga artists, all that stuff. Like, it all has a brand because it exists and it was under company and all that other stuff. And just like I'm doing all this stuff that I'm doing here, stream professionally, is good or bad as it may be. Kill la Kill has branding, okay, as far as the show goes, or the anime. Even looking at these blocky letters right here, you know what I'm saying? Well, you can see it, even if the camera don't want to focus. I don't know why the camera don't want to focus. But even these blocky letters, they're reminiscent of the big, chunky, blocky letters of the Japanese lettering. I don't know what it's called, katakana or something like that. I know they got two different languages, or they have two different sets of lettering. One that's more ancient, that they were doing like back in the old kanji days or whatever. And then they have like the new one that introduced a lot more letter. But I don't know it. You know what I'm saying? But they had those big, bold letters. You know what I mean? And we recognize those. Branding. that carried across everything that they did, from posters to titling to the show itself. Whenever a character was introduced and then they threw their name up on the wall, you know what I mean? And everything like that, like everything was big, chunky, blocky letters because it's a big, bold show, and the letters kind of complemented it. They created this art book that has, you know, it's some character concept art. I got a few different books. I got some of these books, and I think there's probably more of it. You know, all this beautiful stuff that I can't stop looking at. And dang, that's dope. Actually, you know what? Let me hold on to that page. You know, even things like this little star shape, you know, some that you saw me draw earlier tonight on this vehicle, when I was like separating, trying to understand the paneling and separating them, drawing those little star shapes. You know what I mean? Like, don't think that I don't think about Kill la Kill every time I draw those things, because they made everything sparkle and glamour and glimmer and all that other stuff, because you were dealing with girls and their clothes and strength and all that other stuff, and them like expressing themselves and pushing themselves out there, shiny, you know what I mean? Like, and anime. So there was all that stuff. So this is all branding, you know what I mean? This is all, it all ties in together. It's not random. They didn't choose like really thin letters. If we go back to the title of the book, see how the KLK is big blocky letters, but then the art of is thin letters that have nothing to do with the show. That's because this book is a separate thing from Kill la Kill. Kill la Kill is the branding, so the Kill la Kill gets the brand lettering. But then the art of, it's not, the anime isn't called the art of Kill la Kill. You see what I'm saying? This book is called the art of Kill la Kill. So this book threw in a different set of letters. The graphic designer who designed this title or designed this cover threw in a different set of letters, a different font, so that way you could discern from it. It's a visual thing most people aren't going to pick up on. Me as a graphic designer, I see these things all day, every day, across everything. You know what I mean? So branding exists, but I'm gonna dive into this book and I'll show you, like, yeah, this is character concept art and all that stuff, right? There really isn't much branding. The only branding you're gonna see is gonna be like style, the art style. You know what I mean? Like Pokemon has its style, Cowboy Bebop has its style, Kill la Kill has its style. So you got a whole ton of artists in an artist room, and they're all drawing all their own crazy things. You know what I'm saying? Maybe I should back the camera up. Back it up, back it up. There we go. So you got all these artists drawing all their own things, coming up with all these ideas. We're gonna make the greatest show in the world, but maybe there's one main artist, lead artist, character artist, somebody who's on the team who has to take all those wonky ideas and then give them a visual direction. You know, things like that. That's branding. You know what I mean? That's why when people do fan art, it doesn't necessarily have to look like the thing exactly. Some people, they do fan art and they do everything in their power to make it look like that thing, to make it look as legitimate as possible to the brand. But then again, you'll have artists that will draw that brand, but in their own complete style. And then all of a sudden you get a really cool looking Charizard or a really cool looking Blastoise, or really, you know what I'm saying, like a really cool looking Mewtwo, something like that, like something that you've never seen before because they rendered it. It's not cell shaded. It's not, that animated outline style, but it's a painted style or something like that. You know what I mean? It completely breaks the immersion of being involved inside of the branding of a world, the branding of a brand. You know what I mean? So you get all this stuff. I can't even read this book because it's in this language. I don't even know what language it is. It's probably Japanese, but I don't know. So one thing, so the only branding you're going to see in a book like this, and this is kind of across all of everything that I kind of see within media for the most part. It's not for everything. Here's something that you don't see. All of this takes place in a school. I'm guessing, what's it called? Cemetery Hills? I don't know who Cemetery Hills is. Could be the artist. It could be the graphic design team who compiled all this together from the animation team, or presented by Cemetery Hills could just be a cute titling because maybe the high school that they went to was called Cemetery Hills. I can't remember. I haven't seen the show in a minute. I need to go back and watch it. But here's something that you're not seeing in any of the designs, and once I say it, like, you're gonna be like, oh wow, that's true. There's no, everything kind of takes place in a school. Like, yeah, there's the city that's underneath the school, but you have all these students, you have all these everything going on, all these characters, hundreds of students, hundreds of characters. Even the main characters themselves going to that school. That school really doesn't have any branding. It doesn't have a logo. Everyone wears a uniform. The uniform doesn't have the logo on it. They created the you know what I mean? The show went in so many crazy directions where no matter where they were and what what craziness was going on, there was no branding on any of the clothes anywhere. You know what I mean? And if you ever seen a school that had had stuff, you know what I mean, had like a uniform, there's the school uniform logo that's going to be on there, varsity jackets, all that stuff. Like, there's so much logo and branding that gets put on those things because those things belong to that school. So the school's saying, like, hey, this is our varsity jacket, here's our school logo. You can get like legitimate athletic apparel, like let's say a varsity jacket, but it's like the Raiders, or you know what I mean, the Tampa Bay Buccaneers, or it's the Florida. I'm in Florida. I go for Florida teams, but either way, like, you go look at their jackets, like, everything comes with a brand. If it's you know what I mean, you have the NHL brand, then you have the branding of the people who made it, whoever put the jersey together to sell it, their logos on it, like all that stuff. Like, all those details, like, yeah, they don't really mesh well with the animation style because you're trying to cut down on detail, you're trying to cut out all that stuff. Like, her having this little moon shape on her hat is kind of like logo enough. You know what I mean? Her having just that moon shape alone is probably enough. I don't even remember what that was, if that's actually on the hat or maybe that's like one of her hair pieces, who knows. But the closest thing that you have to a logo or a brand in here is like literally her brass knuckles that say Mako. You know what I mean? But this was the only place that it existed within that show. It didn't exist before that, didn't exist after that. The only thing that's even kind of relative is the fact that it's like kind of chunky letters. You know what I mean? Just like the cover of this book, just like the big bold lettering that happens on the show. All that stuff. But there really isn't any branding going on within the show. You know what I mean? Like, there is no school logo on here. There is no anything else like that. The only thing that they have to really show you anything is like the spikes. If I remember right, they're red or something like that. You know what I mean? Like the big red spikes coming off, or the fact that all the uniforms were the same color, even though they didn't have any logos on it. Like, there's other ways to visually tell that, hey, this is all together. You know what I mean? You didn't have students running around with like, this guy has blue and this guy has green, you know, until it was like the end of the series when you had school versus school, and then all of a sudden now you needed to be able to discern between that. And that's how they did that. But you'll be hard pressed to find it in any anime, any show, like any sort of in-world branding on something. Attack on Titan had it a little bit with the capes that they wore. How you had the scouters go out and they had the wings, and then you had the inside the walls police and they were the horses or something like that. And then you had another one, I think the roses, and maybe they were like the captains or the commanders or something like that, and they were the roses, or maybe they were just the royal guard specifically. But you know, they had those three pieces of like branding, but that's all there really was in that world, besides the visual elements of like, Titans look like this and humans look like that, and that, you know what I mean? And that's basically it, you know. So the way that the branding is kind of shown is through just the way that things look, but there's no actual like kind of company branding. Like, going back to Kill la Kill, who made this jacket? If Mako made it herself, like, you know, it was a ridiculous show. It kind of came out of nowhere. She just kind of put it on, boom, she got it. You know, the show was crazy like that, so the show is capable of pulling it off like that. But, you know, you got to ask questions like, who made the jacket? Where did the jacket come from? Where did the materials come from? All those sort of things, if we're speaking realistically, you know what I mean? Full Metal Alchemist Brotherhood. The closest thing that they had to branding in that show, for the most part, besides the visual representation of characters, like the homunculi looked like this and humans looked like that, and you know, the uniforms were like this. Maybe the uniforms had a logo on them, but I don't think they did. They were just kind of like blue and white or something like that. But the alchemists, they had that alchemy logo that was like the lion and the sun, was it? Or it was like a lion, or maybe it was a dragon, and the thing that was on Ed's pocket watch thing, you know what I mean? That you become a state alchemist thing that they give you. That was like one of the closest things to saying like, hey, there's branding that exists in this world. But when you went to the show, you know, you went to the towns in the show, you went to the different parts of the world in the show. Like, even when you went from like this army base to that army base, when they went to the northern base, you know what I mean? And they met the Briggs, the Briggs thing. The Briggs, outside of wearing warmer looking clothes because they were in the cold, everything was the same. You know what I mean? It's not like they had camouflage and when the people in the South didn't. And when they did the Ishvalan, you know what I mean? When they rolled up on Ishval, like, they were still just wearing blue. They didn't even like convert to desert camo or anything like that. I can't recall if there was ever a flag on the uniform, things like that. If you think about the American uniform, there's you know what I mean? Like the flag is on everything military. It's branded. This is an American thing. You see what I'm saying? And then within the American thing, this is the company. Boom, it's their logo. And then these were the people that put it together, or this is the regiment that you're a part of. Boom, there's that logo. There's you know what I mean? Across the board branding. That's when, same thing with cars. You have going off of this, you have the Corvette. So you have the Corvette logo. You got the flags. You know what I mean? That the two flags that cross, one checkered flag, one red flag, something like that, if I remember it right. And then within the Corvette brand, now you have this model car, and it's this model, it's that model. And then even sometimes with other car brands, you'll have the sports model. So then it has like the whatever those little letters are that they tack on to vehicles, and you can see them, you can read them on the back of it. So it's like, this is this brand, this kind, and this kind of that kind of car. You know what I mean? Everything delineates. It's all branding. You don't see any of that stuff anywhere. As a graphic designer, everything that I did, making clothing, apparel, even offset printing for like restaurant menus and all that other stuff, making team uniforms and vehicle wrapping for businesses, like everything was branded, everything, and you got to make sure that all that stuff like works. You know what I mean? Like when it comes to vehicle wrap, if the windows aren't going to be wrapped, like, okay, the windshield obviously can't be wrapped legally. You can't wrap the windshield. So you don't put the logo on the windshield. You see what I'm saying? Like, that's obvious, but there's so many more little minute details that goes on because of all the angles and everything to a vehicle. And same thing as a uniform, like I was saying, like the female volleyball uniform. There's just so much detail that goes into graphic design. All these things that I know and understand and all that stuff, and things that I used to have in a portfolio to demonstrate and show people that I was trying to get work from and do more work for them, and you know what I mean? Live life right. All that taken away. I got a graphic design page on my website with no graphic design in it. How do you like me now? So yeah, it's like the initial show that I was thinking about was Demon Slayer. The Demon Slayer Corps, they don't have a logo. You know what I mean? Like, every character looks away, and the base uniform is something like their logo, where it's all the black, just the black uniform, black top, black pants, and but then obviously you have your main characters who they all had like that extra jacket that they threw on top, that you could always kind of recognize that character, because that visual look became their own personal brand. So that way we would always recognize them when we see them. Naruto's always wearing orange, things like that. But the Demon Slayer Corps, they didn't have a brand per se. I mean, even the demons, like the top demons, whatever they were called, like even they had like the eyeball. You know what I mean? The eyeball with the kanji in it. You know what I mean? Like they had that. That's like branding. Hey, I'm one of them. You know what I'm saying? Look what Muzan gave me. I got this joint. They have all that stuff. I see all this stuff across the board with everything. But then you have like shows that went that extra mile. Something that I wanted to pull up. I grabbed the Kill la Kill book just because I ain't look at it in a minute, and I felt like it could make like a decent argument. But one of the shows that I always talk about is Cowboy Bebop. They went that extra mile. Brands existed in that world. Advertising existed in that world. Big Shots, the bounty hunter show that they always watched, had an introduction to it. So that way, just like, if you watch Blue's Clues, it has an introduction, you know what I mean, to it. Or if you're watching anything, like, you know what I mean, that's a brand. That's that company saying like, hey, this is this is our stamp, this is our product, this is our thing. You know what I mean? So it's like I'm super aware of all this stuff. And yeah, the goal was to do freelance graphic design. That way I can maintain that and keep that muscle worked out, keep that muscle going, while I kind of dabbled in streaming. You know what I mean? I never expected to ever like stream as much as I do. You know what I mean? At least I didn't expect to be doing it for some years. But you know, it's all things don't work out that way, you know? So I was just left with a story that I wrote, and a streaming platform, and you know, with passion in the workout and the necessity in the art. You know, I'm still answering your question from like an hour ago. Yeah, I kind of just went this route, and it wasn't a part of the plan, but I did it anyways, because that's who I am. You know what I mean? That's why, you know, it's cute to me with all the problems and issues that I've been dealing with on a personal level that I don't share here, for the most part. That's why you know, it's just cute to me that, you know, people, instead of just like kind of minding their own business, are like, hey, there's a guy over there and he's doing really cool stuff and I don't like it, and I want to stop him from doing all that really cool stuff. Instead of just looking the other way or taking the time to get to know him, to try to understand why he's doing all this really cool stuff. Yeah, so basically, like everything that I've been going through these last, what, 3 years at this point? I don't even know anymore. It's just gotten me to the point where it's like, I don't even care. Like, this is what I've been doing, this is what I'm gonna keep doing. And that shouldn't be anything that I should have ever had to say, realistically. Like, I shouldn't be in a position where I have to say things like that. But here I am. So yeah, that might also be like a side effect as to why I don't have like my brand superimposed on everything that I do. It's just because it was never meant to be. It was never meant to be that way. This was supposed to just be something that I dabbled with, and then like slowly grew as I got back into going to conventions and doing that thing. But you know, having my whole freelance life ripped from underneath my feet, you know, and me being as relentless as I am, like it was never it never crossed my mind to be like, oh well, now since I'm gonna pursue streaming, out of out of out of just options being robbed of me. Despite anybody's opinion. Like, on a professional level, this is still something that I just dabble with hardcore. It's a bit of an oxymoron. Therefore, you know what I mean? It looks to be less than what it actually is. But once you consider all things, oh yeah. Yo, how much do I wanna how much do I wanna make that hard top fold into the front? Do I wanna do it like this much or like that much? You know what I'm saying? See, here's the tricky part about doing that. Like, you know, you got this Corvette video that's been playing in the background that you know what I mean? Easy enough to have the top fold back into the front while keeping the windshield up, because the windshield is all the way in the front. So you just gotta minus the windshield and take everything else back. But if you got a frunk and you got an engine in the back, and you can't put everything to the back because you got an engine back there, so all you have is the frunk, but you need to maintain the windshield while folding everything forward into the frunk. It's like you got to supersede the windshield in order to get everything behind it in front of it. Oh, yeah, these are the things I think about. It's Andrew Gloszewski experience, y'all. Enjoy it. But yeah, so this is essentially what this vehicle looks like. You know what I mean? From the front, more or less. You know what I mean? Now that I've got these collapsible fenders, whatever we want to call them. We could have that. But like I said, that door gets covered, which is like a side effect of these fins folding up to it. And I kind of didn't like that. Even though you got the moon roof maybe we just take the whole roof out, you know what I mean? But it needs to be there. What if it rains? You know, where the character that drives this, where he comes from, and you'll find out by like issue 3-ish. You know what I mean? Look at me giving y'all spoilers. I'm giving y'all spoilers and I'm giving y'all spoilers. When you know what I mean, you find out which character is driving this and everything like that. Like where this character lives, what part of the world he's from and all that stuff. It rains there. You know what I mean? He needs the roof of the vehicle. So that way the rain don't get in the vehicle. I'm not playing with you. Alright. So yeah, how would that look? So it's doable. It's doable. See, this is what I'm looking at. So let's forget about the sides for the most part. The vehicle itself, looking at it from the top down. One more again. Let's just say it's folded up, right? Now that I got that drawing. Fold. And then fold. And that third fold is the same size. I guess. I mean, it should technically be a little bit more. And then I can't wait to do graphic design for y'all. You know, I should really already be doing it. Now that I've been on this platform, I can see where people are going with their brands, their this, their that, all that. I would have loved to have reached out to him randomly and, you know, as a graphic designer and be like, yo, let me hook it up. But no. So this is what I'm looking at. Here's the frunk for the most part. I can play with the shape a little bit still. This is all make-believe. Oh yeah, that's why I was so upset that my that one all over print hoodie that I made came back so pixelated, because I know what I'm doing when I sent it to them to be not pixelated when it printed out, but it printed out pixelated. That's why I had such an issue with that. You know, that really super dope aqualung hoodie that I made. Because it's like, I know I did everything right. And I rechecked my file and I was like, yeah, that's the right file. Like, y'all did something to my file to make that thing print all extra pixelated, when I know extra what I'm doing. And yeah, I really did not appreciate that. Because that was going to be, through my merch, was going to be the way that I demonstrate to, you know, everybody that, like, yo, what's up? Like, you trying to get that, or are you trying to, like, so I need these panels, these roof panels, to be able to fit into this panel. That's kind of what I need to see here. But I also, the only thing I'm wondering while I'm doing that, do I still want it to open up like this? Ah, the XSplit. What's going on, XSplit? Let's do this. Hold on. What's the matter? You don't wanna do that thing for me? All right. There we go. We still grooving. We still grooving. Sorry about that, y'all. So yeah, because I'm a little too ingrained in doing the working on this story, I never really got to ooh, maybe I do it that way. How's that go? Let's watch this video real quick. Let's just look at it for a while. Okay. 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 Oh, that's tight. Let's do that. And that's how I'll do that. Okay. Alright, so this is what I'm talking about. Now this vehicle needs to extend itself all the way to the sides here. I'll give it a little bit of width, so that way this panel so essentially originally I had a small panel here to kind of tuck in the middle panel that would tuck into the back panel, but this is all still just like a moonroof action even when it opened up completely, you know what I mean, just because I needed to. I still need to maintain all those elements of, like, you know what I mean, but if it's going to be folding to the front, instead of everything going this way, I just need to make it go that way. And I've been doing like this little thing. I've been wondering why I keep doing it, and now I know why. This little window tuck that I keep doing right here, you know what I mean? Now that could go ahead and be a place to extend that front frame. So that way those can go ahead and be the arms. Tight. Okay, so yeah, the back extended all the way here anyways, so literally I just need to get this shape right here. And then obviously like the antenna or whatever that is goes right there. So now I just need to reverse how I had that one small piece that goes to the back here, so that way it could just tuck whenever it's closed, and then have a full size. Yeah, this panel just needs to be bigger than the one in front of it. There we go. Nice. And for the record, just because I kind of recognize that those shows don't have branding, the shows are branded, but within the world of those shows, brands more or less don't exist. You know, they exist enough. I enjoy those shows. I love Kill la Kill. I love, Full Metal Alchemist Brotherhood. I love Demon Slayer. You know what I mean? Like, of course I do. They're top-notch shows, right? But, you know what I mean? I didn't want using them as examples to be like, I don't like them. I love them. Like they're great. But then there's just shows like Cowboy Bebop that exists that so much in-world branding was placed on everything from and everything. That's why everything looked so proper whenever they were in a rundown bar or if they were in a corporate building, you know what I mean, or if they were in the theme park, or if they, you know what I mean, like anytime they were ever anywhere, it looked like they were in those places because all of that stuff existed. Now I don't know if it ever existed down to the point like if you have a Vizio TV screen and it has the Vizio brand on it, like if their little TV thing that they watch Big Shots on, you know what I mean, the little fold up arms and then the that little screen that would kind of play, the holographic screen that would play, that looked like a videotape recording, you know what I mean, such good detail. Like I don't know if that thing ever had a brand on it, I can't recall, but it probably did. You know what I'm saying? And it's like I recognize those things, like, and I don't recognize them on accident. Like, you know, I see these shows for what they are, and I love them regardless. Okay, so if the arms are gonna have to be on the inside, and then they're gonna have to fold in to the sides here. Sweet. So there's just a notch right there. Oh wow. I'm watching a video right now that's talking about everything. Well, maybe not talking about everything that I'm talking about as far as like what I've been going through the last couple of years. What is this? Are YouTube critics toxic for society? That's the title. That's the title of the video. I didn't choose that video for the title. I just watch a channel on YouTube. I don't even know if I should be naming like channels like I normally would. You know what I mean? But you know, I follow certain channels, and yeah, like whatever they're putting out, I'm gonna watch it. You know, I'll decide after I watch it whether I liked it or not. But you know what I mean? They're good. But yeah, she's actually talking about like how creators out there putting out their opinions on things, whether it's a show, game, yada yada, any source of media, entertainment, how those things can affect people, whether they're going to go out to buy that thing, purchase that bit of media and or entertainment. And yeah, same thing. That's what I meant when I'm like, yeah, jokingly saying like people are handing out dossiers about me, so that way people feel like they know me before they actually get to know me. So then I'm stuck just looking at people that think that they know me and not getting to know them because clearly they don't like what they've heard or what they think they know about me. And using the word dismiss, yeah, it's so funny. Well, you know, she's talking about like creators doing that, and you know, there's some creators out there that kind of like have put out a negative review pretty much about everything, and she's probably like more focused on that, like those certain channels that, and you know what I mean, those faces to those channels that are often spewing like a negative commentary on whatever piece of media and or entertainment, and you know what I mean, like are they toxic? But it's the world, you know what I'm saying? It's the world. It's just that's just how it is. I'm not saying the world is toxic. I'm saying that's just how it is. There's good, you know what I mean? There's some channels that I follow that it's literally it's all good news. It's just like this is cool, this is great, I like this, like I love those channels. I love that stuff, man. Anytime you see people enjoying stuff that like that's good, but then you find that person that enjoys everything, you're like, all right, I'm staying. You're like, I ain't never gonna do that, but I'll enjoy it. I'll enjoy you enjoying it. All right, sweet. So I just got some make-believe stuff here. So if I'm gonna go ahead and draw a 3/4 angle, much like this Corvette video, off of these kind of specs for the most part, you know, let's just do this like this. And see, that's fair. See, now she's making the argument that yeah, these people, they have a channel and they use their channel to voice their opinion, and they have every right to be doing that. That's true. You know what I mean? So, and I guess she's talking about the people that follow those more toxic, you know, those negative reviewing channels, like people who follow them, kind of like how I would follow those positive channels. Some people they'll follow negative channels, and that like that's all that they kind of stick to. Well, what is this person complaining about today? You know what I mean? Like I don't have time for stuff like that. You know what I mean? But yeah, that's what she's talking about. And you know, as much as I disagree with, you know what I mean, somebody going about their day all day, every day, just complaining about something like, you know, what's the thing that we're going to complain about today? You know what I mean? Even though I disagree with that sort of like lifestyle, like I understand it's out there. I don't like hate them or try to stop them or be like, yo, you can't do that. You know what I mean? I don't go to somebody else and be like, can you believe that this person is just complaining on their channel all day, every day? You know what I'm saying? Like, that's why I follow this channel. See, she kind of covers the gamut of things. I would give her a shout out, but I don't know if she would be offended that I did that. You know, saying as there's no association between us. How did that look again? All right. That's so funny. I even pointed out how I didn't open up the front when I drew this one, so I don't have any sort of direction that it actually opens up in. But in order for it to actually work in this way, it would have to open that way. Wait, that's way too... What am I doing? There we go. Okay. I was right, the arm does go on the inside. Sweet. Ah, why does that keep stop working? Hold on. Let's go. Alright. So weird how that keeps happening. This is such an important part of this technical feat over here. Okay. Yeah, so it's more or less nothing too crazy. Oh, look at me tripping. Oh well. Look at me tripping. Oh. Dang. I can't get any background noise to work for me for nothing. Give it a minute. I completely ignored my perspective here. How dare I? Okay. As for that notch, Yo, I forgot I started the stream so late. I didn't even see what time it was. And that way this piece will still be there. Alright. Oh, you don't want to focus? The camera doesn't want to focus. Yeah, let me at least get all the important parts, I guess. Oh shit. Hold on. Look at me confusing myself. There we go. Uh, I need to redraw this. Hold on. Now that I know where all the action is. So the center line. I go again. Making that same mistake. Yeah, the arm is actually going to be functioning weird. The problem that I'm having is the problem that I knew I was going to have when I was like, man, how am I going to supersede the windshield? And it was like, all right, let me just go that route. Just drawing it like this. Drawing it like this is like, whoa. You know what I'm saying? There we go. That's what I was like. That's the part I was. Okay. There we go. That's what it is. Oh, it stopped again. Why does XSplit stop working? It's so not cool. Oh well. I'm gonna let it ride. We're at the home stretch anyways. So y'all can't see my reference, but I can watch it. That's what I was looking at. Okay. Oh wow, we don't see that notch because that's where that panel goes. And this panel only goes as far as like about right here. Which means, dang. Okay. It's straight up just covering that notch. Yeah, okay. What that look like? What does that look like? Oh, wait, is it back? Is it playing again? I didn't even fix it. Yo. How did it fix itself? I didn't even do anything. I didn't even do anything to fix it. Look at you. Look at you working for me. Thank you. Okay. So that's there. That's there. And this is just where that goes. Oh, right. Right. We don't see that part. Look at me getting lost in all this sauce over here. I need to see. Okay. So yeah. Wouldn't even see it. And basically just goes up to that. So do that, give it a little bracer for this. That little lip on the back. Tight. It only took forever to draw. That's all. It only took forever to draw. So let me give this thing a marker so I can. What if I want to give it something here for some a bit of strength, you know? Oh dang. So if that clips all the way over to this. Oh, okay. We're still good. Just give it a bit of a lip. there, and then and even the back windows. Damn, I don't even know anymore. It's like all these measurements are so difficult to gauge with everything offset like this. Let me do this. It's the round part of the page. Whew. Okay. It ain't easy. Yeah. Yeah. You know what? It's that time anyways. Yeah. That's gonna be the end of this one. Yo, putting the roof down into the front was not a part of the plan tonight. You know what I mean? I had 3 options, and putting the roof into the front was not one of them. Oh man. Alright. Oh man, with that said, I can't believe that door is open back there. What am I doing? That will be the end of this one. I want to thank y'all for stopping by. Thank you for watching. I'm G Mr. Drew. It's at G Mr. Drew on all socials. Follow, like, subscribe, all that good stuff. GMrDrew.art. The website is right there. Check it out. Links to everywhere there. Ain't gonna be no graphic design portfolio on the graphic design page because it's too much drama. But just know the graphic design is graphic designing. Anyways. I don't even know the rest of this sign off, man. Love y'all. Peace. There we go. are you doing? What are you doing?